be the truth. What is truth? It's what you want it to be.
putting themselves in a position to receive that pass, which is really just as important. Oh my, Kurnovi, he's going to do it all himself, off the ceiling.
I know they're coming into this game prepared, and Compton absolutely sends it into that. Clock coming in. Luke Khan finishes it off. It might be Freshness, and it is 1-all, and Freshness finally able to put it through.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Astronauts Star Circuit Season 3 Last Chance Qualifier. We've got an exciting night of Rocket League ahead of us where in this bracket, one team will take away $2,000 and a spot in our $10,000 Star Circuit Grand Final. So, on that journey, let's take a look at that roadmap, how these teams have gotten here and what you all as Rocket League fans have to look forward to. So this is it, April Qualifier 7, that happened, and now we're on to the last chance qualifier. We have those 5 teams solidified, and we will be finding that 6th team tonight, and then May 1st. That's when you want to mark your calendars. We have that $10,000 grand final coming up. Here are your teams so far. That question mark is not a team. That's the team we're going to be finding here tonight, and I am excited to get into it. So let's take a look at this bracket before we get into these matches. So we have Continuum on the top side, still waiting for their opponents in that semifinal, but at the bottom, we've got the Zookeepers going up against Arcade. That's going to be the first match we have here for you guys tonight. I'm excited to get into it. And man, a lot on the line, a lot of pressure on these teams. So, you know what? Let's take some of the pressure off of me. Let's bring in Sleegy and Samael. How are you two doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm looking forward to these games and, you know, looking forward to seeing not only who's going to take that $2,000 to themselves, but who's going to land themselves in that grand finals that's coming up Saturday.
No doubt about it. The last chance qualifier. This is like, we already have the most ridiculous bracket being single elimination, and now the team that wins is in, everybody else just go home. This is amazing.
Yeah, you only get one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you've ever wanted. I guess the question of tonight is, will you capture it or just let it slip? I mean, I think I came up with that. That's some wise words, things to consider here as well. But yeah, that LCQ tonight, and then of course leading up into that 10K Grand Finals, May 1st. Keep an eye on that date as well. But tonight we've got some scores to settle. Of course, Zookeepers versus Arcade. Anyone you guys see to look out for? Is there anyone who's like backs up against the wall performer? I know we've got like First Killer looking at one, some J-Bot action, Kurnovi's at the top side. Who are you expecting to turn up and really be that X factor for their team here tonight?
You know, Sam, I'm actually kind of curious to hear what your thoughts are on this before I run into it. I'm curious as to the unbridled Sam opinion.
Honestly, this team here, we've got this Arcade team. It's another one of those mystery teams. You get to look at who's on this. You're like, oh my God, First Killer, J-Pow, and Percy. This team is actually absolutely nuts. Obviously, First Killer is a guy to look for on that team. But I would also say Percy. Percy played out of his mind this past weekend, and I would expect that we're going to see the same from him. He is just insane. That team, Arcade, oh my word, they're unreal.
Yeah, but I mean, you also got to think about Continuum, right? I mean, Aeon, Astro, and Kurnovi, that's going to... I'm not going to lie, I'm not quite sure what's going to end up happening at the end, but I have a feeling it's going to be Arcade versus Continuum in this final here tonight, and I'm not going to lie. I don't really care what happens as long as it's a lot of games and they're as close as I'm hoping they would be.
Yeah, I think if there's any vegans watching right now on Twitch, you know, at least leave the chat by Grand Finals, because there's some beef between those two rosters. Well, maybe not beef, but there's some history there, and I would love to see that matchup. A little Kurnovi versus First Killer action, and I'm a fan of upsets, so I guess whichever team you prefer. I want them to lose. But I'm kind of pulling for our I'm pulling for Continuum, I think, in this bracket. Just looking, I would love to see them make it all the way, kind of be that underdog story, especially going into the 10K Grand Finals, and then to see Kronovi in that would be a real treat as well. But it looks like we are still kind of waiting to get this first lobby set up. So maybe we'll go on a bit of a nostalgia trip. Any moments from this season of the Star Circuit stand out to you guys as we reminisce kind of in this LCQ leading up to that 10K Grand Final?
I mean, it's just got to be pretty much. It's hard to pick one specifically because I feel like every time we get into the grand finals here in one of these, it's always good that they're all so good that they end up blending together, for me at least.
It's insane. It's actually insane, really, when you see all the different amounts of teams that we've had, the different types of teams, the different grand finals that we've had, but they've all been absolutely just unreal. For me, I'm gonna go a little selfish on this. It was for when I was like, Jamal Jabari, they're my team to look out for, and then they got picked up. Now they're a sponsored team. They're one of our teams that's in the grand finals. They're killing it. So I mean, that's just all. I remember back to that moment. I'm sorry, I do.
Yeah, Samail with the big scouting reports. For me, it's going to be incessantly being incorrect on broadcast with all of my predictions, and I'm excited to see which team I curse both tonight and in that 10K Grand Final. But it looks like this match is about to get underway. So Samail and Sleegy, I'm going to let you two take it from here.
Yeah, appreciate that, Frank. And Sam, it's going to be an interesting challenge here for J-Bot, Bambi, and Tool, because this, this roster they're going up against is not going to be easy in the slightest.
Not at all. This is an insane roster. They're going to have to come out quick on the side of Zookeepers and never let up, really, if they're going to have any chance against this Orange side.
Well, we'll see how things get rolling, though, early on here in this match. It's already good possession coming out of the Zookeepers as Tool is looking for the double touch out of that corner. Be J-Bot again off the right side, back down into the corner. First killer with control. Good pinch over into the right side. Looking for the pickup off a round. It'll be straight down. Double commit on the save. Percy's shot able to get saved by Tool. And Zookeepers fortunate to not get punished on that double commit there, Sam.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Zookeepers starting off back in their side of the field. You'd expect they're going to play back there a lot in this match, but it's all going to come down to their defense. We got a rule 1 as well. So now it's a 2v2 as Zookeepers need some help, but they won't get it now. Just 2 members on the field. Interesting setup. So who do we got here? We got J-Pow. Oh, no, it got broken. It got broken. What? Ooh. What?
I don't know who broke it either.
That's sacrilege.
It is one of those 2 players has broken one of the most sacred rules. Is almost a shot going in from J-Pow, getting cleared away. Be J-Bot back on the other end, but another 50 from first killer, keeping it out of the grip. J-Pow misses that follow-up touch. It'll be Percy again into the corner. Back over to the right side, Tool towards net, but first killer there to respond. This one looking almost off the ceiling. J-Pow able to pick it up off the back wall. It'll be Tool. Intercept at midfield, grabbing this from the left side. And, we're a minute and a half into this game so far here, Sam, and there really hasn't been all that much offensive showing here to start things off.
No, not at all. Some posturing. That's going to help, though. There's your offensive showing as Bambi gets into the air, finds that double. He starts this play off, doesn't have enough boost to chase it, has to get to the ground, then he's right back up and over. It's the Zookeepers starting off this game 1-0. That's a surprise for me.
Yeah, I mean, same here. And now, right as I was saying, we haven't seen too much offensive power. We get 1 goal coming through, but still plenty of time. First killer going to have all day, speaking of time, to score that goal. And then just like that, it's going to be a 1-1 game.
Doesn't take long at all for Arcade, led by that demo. J-Pow clearing the way, and Arcade tie it up. It had felt like in the first couple of minutes, Arcade were just getting going, looking to find that gear and see what it was going to take against this Zookeepers squad. I fully expect that Arcade at any moment can pop off like we saw there. Here's now first killer with a touch. Good job, though, by Zookeepers to get in the way, and we officially have a game on our hands.
That we do. This is back over to the right side again. J-Bot was looking for the pickup. That's Tool. Back into the corner, looking for a follow-up off the back wall. It's an open net, but Bambi can't connect. J-Bot to follow through, and that'll be the Zookeepers recapturing the lead.
And that is huge at this midway point. Just a play in the corner as Bambi uses the post there wonderfully, as there was a defender in the way to make a save, but it goes off the post and a rebound that Zookeepers cash in on. I am impressed by their ability now to push back after giving up that lead, and we see them restore their lead as well. This has been a very competitive start to this game one for the blue side.
And that it has, and it's another great pass from J-Pow to first killer. J-Bot able to find that save, though, right there on the corner as we do cross over into the second half. The take from Tool, back from J-Pow in the mid. It'll be J-Bot with the send downfield. Tool was looking for another one. Couldn't quite get her underneath it, though. J-Bot's shot going to be saved by first killer. Now Bambi again with control, looking to take it out of the corner. It'll be off the ceiling, put back down. Tool can't follow it through. Could he get one more? It's a deflect off back into midfield. J-Pow to Percy, but he can't connect either. But it was a really good attacking opportunity and a great position there for the Zookeepers to try and extend their lead to 2.
They just got to watch out and not get too overextended, as Arcade nearly cashed in on that transition. Zookeepers, though, with a push of their own downfield, nearly find that redirect. We've seen both teams now look for that redirect at mid, a player forward like we just saw a moment ago, but Zookeepers don't get that lead to 2. You would have hoped to see it, as now they give it up. Arcade respond right back.
Yeah, and this is actually an interesting play, because you would have thought that initial shot from Percy would have gone in, and then you would have especially thought that either J-Bot or Bambi would have maybe been in somewhat of a position to go up for it, but really just sort of an awkward play from both ends. But in the end, you know, just ends up being too awkward. Oh, Tool on that shot trying to make it pass. It was a bit slow on the line. First killer able to handle it. So as we close in on the final 70 seconds here, Sam, it's a still tie ball game.
And this is now this moment here for Zookeepers. They've had 2 different chances to keep the lead. Both times they gave it up, and now they'll need a defensive play. J-Bot gets up, makes that save, keeps us tied. But you can feel the field now tilting in Arcade's favor, as they will get the third. It's first killer with the hat trick.
Yeah, Tool is just trying to clear his zone, but doesn't get the greatest of touches, and then Percy knocking it down. First killer able to knock it over to the left side. So just like that, after being down in this game, Arcade able to surge back forward, take the lead. Now they just need to hold on to it for the next 53 seconds. As first killer towards the back wall, it'll be picked up by J-Pow. J-Bot deflected, but he's able to get back control of his car and save that ball away.
I like that. He gets bumped, but still contorts, keeps himself in position, and is able to get in the way of that ball. Keeps it at a 1-goal deficit. He'll get another one off the back wall. J-Bot doing the defensive work, but needs some help from Bambi and Tool.
Final 30 now as it comes across field. First killer. Slight deflection off of Tool. An opportunity for Bambi towards the back wall, but he can't find the follow-up. J-Bot scrambling back. 15 to go. It'll be J-Bot again in mid. That one taken by J-Pow. 9 seconds left. First killer with the shot, saved by Tool, but there's not a whole lot of time left to try and get all the way downfield. Percy makes that save. First killer plays it away. And barring an absolutely incredible comeback here, which it does not look is going to happen, Arcade taking game number 1.
And that was a game of comebacks for Arcade, as they came from behind twice to get it tied, and then they finally do get the lead for the first time, and they never relent. Off the back of first killer, and really you see that first killer 3 goals, you're like, that didn't really feel like a classic first killer game. That's how good this guy is. He gets a hat trick, really just quietly, just doing his business, with Percy there assisting on all 3. Those were obviously the 2 names that I looked out for. Nothing against J-Pow. Love the guy. Seen him a ton on the XSET broadcast that I've done. He is certainly a high-level player. But when you look at Percy and first killer, Sleegy, both of them have just unreal mechanical ability. You really have 2 MVP players on this one team for Arcade.
No, you absolutely do. And I mean, part of that is why I'm kind of shocked that it ended as close as it is. I mean, the Zookeepers have been doing a great job of especially keeping first killer contained in a lot of these plays, not really letting him the opportunity to breathe and, get the passes off that he's looking for. So going into this game too, I'm actually looking at Arcade to pick things up even more. Yeah, they won game 1, but it was a close one, and I still feel like there's a lot of improvement for them to go upon here as the series progresses.
No doubt about it, and that is the scary, scary thing for Zookeepers, as that was really their game to win, to establish themselves in this series. They give up that game 1, and now you fully expect that Arcade will just continue to turn up the heat.
This game already underway, and it starts with that shot from J-Bot. Taking back again, another shot coming just wide. We're now to the right side. BJ Bow. With one flip reset towards the net, off the bar, down and in. First killer able to pick it up. And 29 seconds in, it is a continuation from last game.
What a block, as J-Pow had so much time in the corner to just decide, maybe too much time, as he's like, what do I got to do? He's helicoptering just because. Gets in the way of that 50. What a brilliant play from J-Pow. First killer gets another, the 4th goal here for Arcade, and the 4th for First as well.
This again over to the side wall. J-Pow was looking to try and send that forward. Back out at mid, J-Bot. Bambi farther downfield. First killer looking for J-Pow. An interesting play across your own net. They're able to hold on to it for now. Percy dropping it down over to the left side as we see Bambi a bit hesitant on that push forward. But yeah, it's some interesting decisions coming through defensively here from Arcade.
Yeah, you can see they're just looking at connecting. That's really the most important thing for them, keeping possession of the ball, even if it means those back passes. And this one is a pass back into their zone. J-Pow tries to get out of the zone, completely read from Tool, who just takes it to the net.
Yeah, great touch to get it over top. Percy almost had the ability to get that one out of the zone, but just not quite enough. So, 1-1 sits the scoreline here as the Zookeepers able to get themselves back in things. J-Bot looking to try and push it even farther down for you. Be over now to the right side. Bambi off the ceiling to Percy. Another send down the right side. One sent across net. Straight back down, Percy. One looking for 2, but it's not quite there.
This is the chance here for Zookeepers with this tie game. Really have to get that lead back. This may be the opportunity. The shot up, Percy was not in the air, but it's too wide. But right now, Zookeepers looking to get set up, and they've got to get sustained pressure in Arcade's zone if they want this lead.
That one's just high up in the air. First killer was looking across for Percy, who connects, but not on target. The follow-up will be on, but Tool able to find the save. The first killer sending it across again. Percy unable to follow it through without the deflection coming in. It'll be J-Pow. That one will be on target, and that will be Arcade taking the lead.
Zookeepers understand, obviously, how much they have to keep control in this game, and sometimes you may just start to grip your controller just a little too tight, as I think we're seeing that from Zookeepers. Hard to stay loose against a team on the other side that is just 3 monsters in the NA scene all on the same team. It's really not fair, but hey, that's the format of the tournament, and this team's looking to get in, and they're making plays and passes like this. Arcade playing like they're at the arcade, just freewheeling right now against Zookeepers.
Ooh, that one close, but just off the bar from J-Bot. Towards the sidewall again. Not able to kind of follow up. Percy, though, getting beat. It'll be Bambi back into the corner, out to midfield. J-Bot, and he get the follow-through towards net. He can out in front, but the follow-up shot doesn't ever come. And now with 2:05 left to play, it's still a 1-goal game. It's played out. Back from Bambi in the midfield. Shot taken, scored by Tool. 2 minutes to go, and it's a 2-2 game.
Oh my, what a feed from Bambi in the corner. The no-look pass to Tool right on the hood, who makes no mistake of it. Zookeepers still in this series. Don't count them out yet. As they come back, we are tied.
Tie game going on here, but that's a great kickoff. First killer doesn't quite have the speed to catch up to it, but it's a big touch over to the right side as Bambi looking to clear it away. Off the left side wall, Percy to almost. First killer taking the shot. J-Bot with another great save. As his attack keeps building, first killer found a bump. It'll be back out to midfield. Bit of a double commit there from Bambi and J-Bot. As this one comes back off the ceiling, J-Bot towards net and saved away by Percy.
Oh, the attack of Zookeeper's just too slow to get upfield. They had Percy in a situation, but they couldn't get the shot on fast enough. He's able to recover, and Arcade look for another pass out center. They have put so many of those to the center of the field and connected. Zookeepers, though, doing a really good job looking for that passing play and getting in the way and blocking it.
Now we're getting down into the final minute. Still tie game, almost. Great pass from Percy over to J-Pal, but I think the pass was a little bit too quickly for him to be able to collapse in on it. It'll be an attempted flick from Bambi, played back across from First Killer to Percy, back to First Killer to J-Pal.
Oh my word.
Saved by J-Bot. Percy's follow-up not going to go through, and somehow this game remains tied.
Wow, they are just out here having fun, our Arcade, connecting on short passes just anywhere. You're there? Okay, let me put the ball to you. Doesn't matter. We'll just play with what we got. That's what we're seeing from Arcade. It is fun to watch.
This one could be fun for Bambi to score. He's looking for the flip reset towards net. Tool keeping that pressure on. Back to Bambi again, controlled touch. Looking for a fake off the backboard, but First Killer able to play it away. We might have overtime here in game number 2. Unless J-Pal playing it into the corner. Back to First Killer can make this goal happen. So Sam back at mid. That's going to get knocked down. And Sam, game 2 is overtime.
Overtime, and the moment for Zookeepers, if they go down 0-2 in this series, you can just go ahead and count it over, because Arcade are just too good, and I truly believe they will just close it out. For Zookeepers, it's going to have to be a quick strike. I don't know if they can do it because they got to get out of their own end to get it started. But Arcade have started this OT on the offense.
That's backboard again from First Killer. Looking for the double. Percy follows up. And that will be good from Arcade. They take game number 2 and set themselves up on series point.
And that's all First. He doesn't get the goal with that double, but it makes it so difficult for Bambi in net. Can't get over and make a touch. Arcade get the second win. It does take OT, but the result still the same. And I really am worried now for Zookeepers, a team that I already didn't know if they could handle the heat that we're seeing here from Arcade. And these guys just know how to move the sticks, as we know. And this time it wasn't a hat trick. It was a nice spread out offense, a goal from each of the players on Arcade. They're getting it done in different ways.
Yeah, and I mean, for the Zookeepers, they've been keeping it really close. They've been making good plays of their own. I can't really key out too much that they're doing wrong. I just think that some of these situations that are unfolding for Arcade end up being in higher likelihood positions to score, and they're just taking advantage of it, right? Because we really haven't seen Zookeepers do anything inherently wrong. I just feel like, you know, they've been kind of getting the short end of the stick on some of these plays.
Yeah, and honestly, when you see Arcade, they have the ability to move the ball around the field so quick. How do you read it when it's basically pinballing between members of Arcade and they're just keeping control the entire way? So it's definitely a challenge for Zookeepers. You're right. They're playing a good game. They have not made very many mistakes in this series, but the few they have ended up in the back of their net.
Well, we'll see if they can make up for those mistakes coming into game 3 here. Series point on the line for Arcade. It's still not quite over yet. First Killer, though, going to be getting their first on the board to try and make this semifinal over. They'll put Arcade up first.
Game 3 starts out just like the previous 2 with First Killer, the MVP for this team, getting the first goal on the board. He sets the tone, and he gets Arcade looking towards that grand finals as they have a lead here in game 3, looking for the sweep.
Ooh, that was a great play over top from Percy. J-Pal the follow-up, but J-Bot able to keep that one out of his clutches. Be a little bit of a pass back, or a pass back attempt. J-Pal not able to keep it away from J-Bot. You know, that's one thing that would have been really confusing. J-Pal and J-Bot on the same team. Can you imagine trying to look for those names?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'll be honest with you. Those guys have confused me ever since they both became players to look for. So, no, that actually hits home.
Well, fortunately, it's easy to tell with the orange and blue outlines, but both of them have been doing a great job so far this game, and so far this series as well. Though, off the backboard, again, another great opportunity for Arcade to potentially extend their lead. J-Pal, the carry over top. Bambi caught out of position. That's Tool. Over to the left side again, down to the corner. Be a little bit of a pop-up. Percy coming in. Farther downfield. First killer to J-Pal, but that shot not going to be accurate.
Oh, and they're just lining these up as well. That was a planned attack out of the zone for Arcade. Nearly executed exactly how they drew it up, as the shot just a little bit wide. But you can just see the control on display for Arcade, and that's against players who would run 99% of the players in the game off the field. Zookeeper's no slouch themselves.
This one's backboard again. That's a great touch from Tool. The follow-up over to the left side. As Bambi. The J-Bot again in the corner. This could be a comeback move forward, but they're not able to follow it all the way in. First killer was looking for a double off the backboard. Another great play downfield as J-Bot, or J-Pow, I should say, able to find that touch. It's Percy again. Looking for J-Pow. It's Tool that gets in front of that one. Shot coming just high. Percy playing that one away. And that felt like a golden opportunity. And speaking of golden opportunities, J-Pal missing that one right there.
Yeah, it certainly was an opportunity for both teams, especially Arcade. I thought for sure that would be the 2-0 lead and really the nail in the coffin for Zookeepers, but they get another life. And I wouldn't say it often for a team like Arcade, because obviously they're just phenomenal. But you got to think about that as this 1-0 game goes on.
With that one. Another one close to Tool, another one off the post. There's been so many opportunities here from both sides to try and get a goal of any sort, and it just has not been coming through. Another one out of the corner, Percy. Looking to try and get this picked up, getting it over top of one, but it can't keep it away from Bambi. There's a couple more whiffs coming through. Out of the corner towards net, played away by First Killer. J-Bot with possession. Flip reset, can't quite get another. It'll be Tool again to the side wall. Another, actually not the greatest of touches from Percy, but Bambi not able to find his touch.
We're seeing glimpses of what Zookeepers need to do to get it done against Arcade, but they just aren't stringing anything together. Too much individual efforts. They're going to need to have some sustained team play, even plays like that where somebody's just diving in and helping out. You cannot expect to 1v3 the roster on the other side. It's just not going to happen.
That one. Another big clear. And now things starting to get dire here for Zookeeper. 65 seconds to go. Can they get the equalizer to potentially push overtime? It's J-Bot looking to do just that. Oh, fell on it. Not quite able to get that through as it's a pickup here on J-Pal. Another one sent downfield. J-Bot. Oh, bump in the corner. Could be a giveaway that leads to the goal. That leads to it indeed. Percy putting a second on the board, and that might just be the nail in the coffin for Zookeepers.
No doubt about it. That will certainly erode their confidence as they had played so well to keep this game at 1 goal, giving them a chance throughout. But the double and the bump in the corner for Zookeepers, that is just a bad look as they're trying to get themselves into this series, but it's looking more and more like an Arcade sweep as they have 2 goals and they just need to hold on.
This is a big sin from J-Pal. Third would certainly put this game away. Percy to First Killer. First Killer doesn't make contact, but he does not need to. Percy sends it in the back of the net, 28 seconds to go, and I don't see an avenue for a comeback here for the Zookeepers.
No, not at all, especially with the third now. You can see even on that shot, Percy's looking for First Killer who's driving the net. Every single touch for Arcade, if there is a player, a teammate anywhere near, they're going to be looking for him. This has been a statement win for this team that we expected would be in the grand finals when you look at this roster. Zookeepers put up a valiant effort, but in the end, plays like this, I mean, Arcade just too strong.
Well, that's a big clear. It could potentially come straight down in. Tool scores. Ooh, 2 goals in 5 seconds. I mean, it's not impossible, but
I'll eat
I don't
my
know.
shirt.
I
will eat my shirt if that happens, literally. I'll find some way to cook it.
Like, if they get 2 goals in 5 seconds, that's we'll see what happens on this kickoff. It's actually a little favorable. Okay, that's going to be game. They needed to essentially just get a bot kickoff, a pinch towards net. That doesn't happen. And Arcade taking game number 3. They're going to take the series as a whole, and they're going to move on to the grand finals.
I'm thankful. I really didn't want to eat my shirt. I like this shirt, so I get to keep it. I thought it was a pretty safe bet. 5 seconds. That would have been a monumental collapse there for Arcade. They really went through this series and just took care of business throughout. I think, of course, Game 2 went to OT, Sleeky, but I look at Game 1 as the series went on. Obviously, Game 1 for me, it was that one or nothing there for Zookeepers. They had to set the tone in that game, didn't get that win, and the rest is history.
Yeah. Just, I mean, it was a well-played series from them. They didn't look bad, like I mentioned earlier. It's just Arcade looked just that little bit much better, especially in that Game 3, I think, is really when they were able to get in their groove for the series. So Arcade taking it in a sweep. Frank, I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on that last game.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be a sweep. That's for sure. I think that's number one. Is you kind of come down to the LCQ and you're thinking everyone's going to be going all out, and I don't know if it was just Zookeepers being a little bit slow off the jump, because they had that like Game 2 overtime where you're thinking, okay, maybe this will be a little back and forth if they can clutch this one out. They end up falling in that OT, and then it just kind of feels like they fell flat in game number 3. They just didn't come out with much of anything, and Arcade kind of just had their way with them. It didn't feel like, I don't know, enough of a challenge in that Game 3, but maybe that, again, is just a testament to that roster. Again, Arcade, Percy, J-Pow, and First Killer is pretty gosh darned stacked as far as rosters go. But, looking ahead to our second semifinal of the evening, of course, Arcade moving on to our grand finals here tonight. We're going to have Continuum, which is Aeon, Astro, and Kronovi going up against Radiant. And to me, it might feel like a little bit of a similar result of this first semifinal that we witnessed, only because I feel like Continuum is kind of the same, two sides of the same coin, essentially, in that matchup. They feel a little bit like Arcade. They've got the tried and true squad, and Radiant, while nothing to shake a stick at, does feel maybe like they're unfavored in that matchup. So I'm excited to see how it goes, but I'm thinking, in my heart right now, my gut is telling me we might have that Continuum versus Arcade grand finals. And of course, if you're tuned in right now or just joining us, this is the last chance qualifier. So how that's going to work is it's a winner-take-all tournament, and the winner also gets that invitation to the $10,000 grand final on the 1st of May. So a lot on the line here tonight, a lot riding on these matches. So I'm excited to kind of keep the gameplay going. So we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be right back with that next matchup. Stay tuned.
Nice play.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Astronauts Star Circuit Season 3 Last Chance Qualifier. Again, $2,000 winner-take-all tournament on the line here tonight, and the winner will also qualify for that $10,000 grand final. Now, I was in Twitch chat, admittedly, sometimes can be a mucky place, but we had some good conversation, and I was just curious because I saw a couple people who were very adamant that Radiant kind of had a line here to be able to upset Continuum. And, you know, for me, I've seen Continuum essentially on this stream and been a little bit of a more constant observer of their gameplay. So, you know, I think they're favored. They're obviously strong, but I'm interested to see now because they've got a lot of support in chat, you know, for what it's worth. So before we get into this one, Samael and Sleegy, are you seeing what chat's seeing, or are you on my side that thinking Continuum is kind of just going to dominate this series?
I'm not gonna lie. Going into this series, I would be extremely shocked if we don't see the exact same thing happen here that just happened in that other semifinal. I don't see a way that Continuum doesn't punch their ticket into the grand finals. Not with the star power they've got on that team. I don't know, Sam. Are we wrong here? Are we mistaken?
Well, I mean, I think there's more of a chance that happening in this series than the previous series. But I think that's a little bit ironic for me because, honestly, I think Zookeepers are a better team than Radiant, but Arcade was just too good. I think Continuum could definitely lose this match against Radiant. Radiant, no slouches. They've got some good players, but honestly, Continuum, they're favored. They're favored for a reason. I mean, they usually get the results when it's all said and done. But, hey, that's why we're here. I think anything could happen, honestly. This series could be an upset.
Yeah,
Chat's not wrong. I love Chat. I don't want Chat to go against me. I'm sorry. They scare me.
Chat could go against me all they want.
Yeah, I'll 1v the chat any day, like, let's be honest. But I just thought it was interesting, you know, just some of the takes being thrown out there. And I think you guys are right. When it comes to, like, a last chance qualifier, a single elimination bracket, you have to be on not even your A game, your S tier game to be able to compete. So there's definitely, you know, a line here that Radiant could take to potentially lock this upset in. But then, of course, they have to go up against Arcade, which is an uphill battle for sure. But I'm curious to see what you know, the Radiant fans kind of see in this squad, and I'm interested to see what Continuum has to show us here tonight. So it looks like this match is about to get underway. So Samael and Sleegy, I'll let you two take it from here.
All right, sounds like a plan, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. Cronovi, Astro, and Aeon are three players that we've seen around a lot here, Sam. So if this is going to be some sort of upset for them, if they're going to be taken down here, it is going to take an absolutely massive effort from Radiant to make that happen.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but this is the time to find that S game like we just heard from Frank. If you're going to do it right now, you better find it before you get to that finals. You're going to need it coming in, as whoever faces that team in the finals, wow, they better have that game.
Yep, they better be ready to rock and roll, but we're already going with this game number one, and it's already started with some Continuum offense. Fifi getting intercepted by Aeon towards the back wall. Couple whiffs coming through. Cronovi is taken off by Adversus. Astro playing it over to the right side. It'll be Fifi. One touch. Flip reset. Looking for another, but Cronovi able to find that save. Astro again with a flick over top. Needs one more, gets it, but Cronovi can't quite reach the play. It might be a shot coming through from Aeon, and it is 1-0, 58 seconds into game one.
And it's just one chance here for Continuum. That play down comes right center, and Aeon just blasts it home. What a shot into the upper portion of the net there. Continuum take one chance downfield and turn it into this lead.
This is Skies with possession, looking to try and get this game back level. This one into the corner again. Cronovi, the touch, Fifi Getting it off top of him. Flip reset, but it doesn't come through. Astro, the big send downfield. The demo coming in. Back wall, miss from Skies. Aeon going to be putting it in again. And that will be a brace from him, not even a minute and a half into this game.
It was a big demo, and you called out the miss from Skies. Those two things combined means an easy goal here for Continuum. We will need to see the Radiant defense clean it up. It means dodging those demos. It means getting involved with the play and making sure that you at least get a touch on the ball. Continuum just too good to give away goals like that.
Another great little challenge there from Aeon. Kronovi popping it up just to keep it in the orange half. This one will be down. Astro with a good 50. Skies looking to try and cut it into midfield. That shot, though, doesn't come in with the connection. Aeon too far forward. It'll be Kronovi that has to play it into the corner. Bit of a strange spot, but no one there from Radiant to follow through. And what could have been a good opening opportunity for them to score just goes to the wayside because, again, there was just no one there.
They've at least got the pressure, though, and they've kept that up. That's if you're going to miss out a good opportunity, at least keep up that pressure. They've got the ball down, got another chance out front. It's not a big shots league, but at least they are keeping this ball in, sustained here for Radiant.
This down in midfield again. Aeon, ooh, Crow. Crow and Aeon getting their signals crossed a little bit on that play as Astro playing it across net. Be cleared back down the right sideline off the top of Adverse into Fifi. As this one played into the corner, it'll be Aeon again. Quick shot off the back wall. He can't find the double touch. Adverse able to play it farther downfield. And that was a great opportunity for Continuum to go up by 3.
Oh, no doubt about it. Crow had an opportunity there. It was a fabulous chance on that rebound. Aeon actually had done too much as he had put the ball back and then just needed to let it out center for Crow. May not end up mattering, though, as Crow will get his. He finds a way to get that third goal anyhow.
Yeah, and that's just a good touch over top, and then the dunk on Adverse. Send it right down the center of goal. 2:02. That's what's left on the time, and it is a 3-goal advantage in favor of Continuum. And to be honest, we really haven't seen too many attacking opportunities from Radiant. And the 2 or 3 that we have seen come in, they haven't been in the best positions to take advantage of it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they had that one moment where they were getting some sustained pressure. They had multiple shots, but none of the shots dangerous enough to get past the Continuum defense. And now it has just been really just another business as usual type of series. We talked about it coming in. It's looking like it so far. Continuum doing what they need to do to get the job done.
Astro again on the left side with the send downfield. Off the backboard, Astro towards net. Almost able to wrap around it. Does get the touch. Was looking to try and knock it back down into midfield. Skies. Pop up, gets the flick over. It'll be Aeon now to the left side. Good bump and a take on the ball, but Crow with not a whole lot of boost, but he doesn't need a lot of boost. 64 seconds to go and Continuum just running away with it.
Yeah, Crow running away with this play, takes the ball. That shot completely throws off Skies. Kronovi has made already such big mental plays to help his team out in this game. It's been one of those things for Kronovi as he's maybe struggled to keep up mechanically with the very best players in NA. The reason he is still in the conversation is because he is so smart, and he is really that quarterback for this Continuum team.
Crow, a little bit of patience there out of the corner. This one up near the ceiling. It'll be out of that corner again, Adverse. The drop close, but Astro able to follow it up. That miss, Crow just trying to get set back. Aeon still with control over to the right side. Fifi gonna try and fall on it. Crow to Astro towards the back wall, off of it. Skies getting credited with the save. Aeon over again, back to Astro. Are they going to be able to set this up right on the line? Almost saved, but Aeon able to put it in.
Adverse so strong at first, manages to get over and stop the highlight reel play with that goal line stop, but just gets bullied into the net on the rebound. Continuum with the 5 spot. That's going to seal it. We really sealed that a while ago as Continuum ran away with this game. They've got to find their confidence somehow against Continuum. They're giving them way too much time with the ball, and for a team that has good players, we know that Radiant have the ability. They've got to find a way to get involved, make touches on the ball. If they don't get integrated with the play, there's no doubt that Continuum will have more results like this.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been a strong start for Continuum. I mean, you see Aeon there getting his hat trick off of 6 shots. I mean, just making every play happen is what really led to Continuum getting most of those goals. And for Radiant, even though we still didn't see them get too many opportunities, the few that we did, and I want to go back to this, Sam, the few that they did, they weren't able to capitalize on, and they are not going to be able to afford to not take every single opportunity that comes their way, because Continuum is going to continue to punish them every time they get one on the other side.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We saw some mistakes as well that led to goals too. Got to clean that up, especially when it happened so early in the game. It really set the stage for Radiant in a bad way. And so, yeah, they've got to come out better defensively, get down the field and start putting on more shots. The 7 shots really unremarkable outside of that one sequence where they pressured Continuum. Outside of the 30 seconds or so that they were in the zone, it really did feel like a struggle for Radiant to get going. And obviously, the 5 on the other side is kind of the result of that when you can't generate any offense yourself.
Yeah, no, it really is. So going into game 2, going to be looking at Radiant to try and, pick up the pieces and make something happen, because right now Continuum just continues to roll all over them. And if they continue that here and take the second game, the reverse sweep looking incredibly unlikely, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, and it's fun. We always like to say reverse sweep because we all love them, but in best of 5s at this level, reverse sweeps, they just don't happen very often. So Radiant obviously not going to count on that. They got to find this win right here in game 2.
Astro on the sidewall to get this game 2 underway. It'll be actually Aeon. Plays it over to the right side. Skies with the miss. Be Fifi out of the corner. Crow able to pick that one up. Aeon back across field. Astro with the chance, but Adverse able to get underneath them. This will be a follow-up again here from Crow. Straight back down in the thin downfield. That one was over top. Another bit of a giveaway. Kronovi able to stay on it with Skies, and already a pretty strong start here from Continuum, especially with that shot. Fifi able to play it away, gets it across. We're still yet to see too much offense from Radiant so far.
They've at least started with that pace, though, that they're going to need. They're getting in the way of the ball and forcing Continuum to get through them instead of just going down the field uncontested. So it's a good start here for Radiant. I think this is a much better look, and they're keeping it close. Oh, my, Fifi in the corner. Almost got that double.
This is Aeon and Crow both piling up on top of each other. Kronovi is the one that ends up coming away with it. This one in the center field, Aeon. But can he get the next? No, he can't. It's Crow into the top corner, and it's not quite enough to make it through. So close, but just a little bit off, and that could have been the opening goal for Continuum.
Yeah, and he got another chance just a moment ago. Doesn't put that shot on. The ball's still in Continuum's favor, but the accuracy not there for Crow to get Continuum on the board early. I'm not sure if it's going to matter, but certainly you would expect that Continuum will cash in. Eventually, Crow does. He gets a third chance as Continuum goes back downfield, and they find that 1-0 anyway.
Yeah, right as you're saying that, Astro connects with Crow towards net, under the bar and in. And you talk about how many opportunities can they get before they finally send it through, but takes 2 minutes to find the opening, and that's a good start, I think, at least for Radiant on the side of defense. Now, can they take some of that, what they've been doing, and put it on offense before Continuum start to run away with it again?
Yeah, I don't know. They got to, like I said, string together multiple plays together. They haven't really done that at all in this series. Even when they're getting involved, it's more just that 50-50 challenge and not any sort of team effort. And so if we don't see that, I mean, it's not looking good for Radiant. They've had some shades of good play, but outside of a minute and a half throughout the first 2 games, they've really struggled.
They have Aeon, another little pop-up over top that Adverse has to deal with. Crow, the follow, double commit on that save. It's a pass back off the post, and it's still just a little bit shy from being able to make it in. Can Astro playing it back into Crow, but no Fifi getting in the way, and I'm still shocked that that post out even happened.
Yeah, I mean, these are plays even for Continuum. If they win this series, they got to start just getting those goals. You look at that team in the finals, Arcade, you've got to score every chance you possibly can get. And honestly, Continuum leaving a lot on the board right now.
This one out of the corner again. A little bit of a 50 there at first. Playing it towards the back wall, was looking for the double. Fifi, oh, but it's just off the bar. And that was a golden opportunity for them to try and get this game back level. But again, we are seeing them be finally able, I should say, to take advantage of situations. And now, if they can keep this up, they might be on the road to redemption, Sam.
Yeah, and look at that. That's a whiff now for Continuum. So think about the goals that they have missed. They could have easily been up 3-0, no doubt about it. And now they whiff on the defensive side, and all of a sudden we are tied late in this game. It's going to now change and go even further in Radiant's favor. Wow, this is absolutely wild to see Continuum potentially give this game up.
Yeah, that is just a big giveaway on the kickoff. And then the follow-through from Fifi to send it in. Less than 90 seconds to go, and all of a sudden Continuum finding themselves in a hole. It's over to the right side. Adverse misflip. He has to get bailed out by Skies, who can't stay under control of it as well. Astro with the ball. Keeps it underneath, but it was a good 50 from Fifi. Aeon gets it taken off of him. Will be Crow again to the side wall. Knocks it down. Miss coming through, and Astro able to send it off the bar and in, and they'll get the game back level.
As soon as Crow was able to get up on the wall and get this second touch, you knew it would be dangerous. Fifi does what he can to try to get back and help, but not enough. Continuum bounce right back after letting Radiant back into this game. They're tied. It's a late 1 minute left potentially here, Sleegy, and everything on the line for both of these teams as they look forward trying to get to the finals.
This one on the left side, Astro gets one touch. Into Adverse, back to Crow again. 1, 2, but it's a great challenge coming in from Fifi. That misstep on the sidewall might leave things wide open. Aeon, can he catch up to this? It's a great pass, great shot, great speed, and that is going to be Continuum taking the lead.
Aeon, my word, right here, just skirt, oh, right on the front of the car to Crow, who makes no mistake. What a feed there. Perfect timing from Aeon. 2 defenders in net. Doesn't matter. Continuum get 2 in a row, and their lead is restored.
Let's see if Radiant can come back here in the dying moments. Adverse was looking to play it across. Gets a little bit of help, but Astro back into that same wall. It'll be Aeon with control on his own. Looking for the 50. Gets it through, but just right. It's Cronovi on the rebound. Sending it over across again. Fifi into Skies, who can't find the touch, but the boost doesn't spawn, so Aeon left a bit dry here. As it comes out into the corner again, up and around. Cronovi unable to follow it through. And this is a last chance effort. Not going to happen. Continuum take their second in a row and are 1 game away from the grand finals.
I tell you, they did their best to try to lose that game, though. I mean, they literally did everything they could to keep Radiant in the game. I mean, we talked how early Continuum could have got that 3 in the first couple of minutes. Takes the whole 5 to get there. Ends up being the winning mark. But like I said, I'm looking now. If we see Continuum take over Radiant, I'm looking at the finals and thinking, I don't know if Continuum's got that sort of execution. And they are keeping Radiant in these games, which means at any point, Sleeky, we could see this reverse sweep get going because Continuum just aren't as locked in as you would hope from a team that you know can play better.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely not. Continuum, I mean, that was a much sketchier round than the first one. You really saw Radiant giving it their all, and you could feel them, especially when they tucked the lead, desperately trying to hold on to it, but just not able to make it happen. And so now faced with the opportunity, or faced with the option, I should say, the only option they have of a reverse sweep against a really good Continuum team that even on a couple of their downturns are still managing to edge out in front. I'm just not sure. This is going to be a really tough game for Radiant.
No doubt about it. And you'd like to see them get a couple so that they can get that 2-goal lead to give them the cushion that they need to play a little bit more comfortably. They did a much better job to start that game of getting involved. I will say that was a better game for them, even with some of the miscues that we saw from Continuum. But still not enough. And for Radiant, they're going to have to do more. I haven't necessarily seen the control on their first touches that you would hope against one of these top teams over on the other side. Obviously, Continuum, one of the best teams overall in NA, even if they're not one of the top teams, still a team to look out for. So you've got to be so controlled with your very first touch if you're Radiant.
Yeah, that you do. And you've got to try and make everything count here. Game number 3, and you're facing series point. Continuum looking to try and punch their ticket into the grand finals. They're going to be facing a team that is definitely not going to let them get away with anything. As Aeon playing it towards the back wall, Astro up for it. Be off the ceiling and back down. Fifi playing it across to the right side. Can he follow it up? It's a bit of a bump. It's Aeon again out of the corner. Big touch. The follow through not there. Sky's able to keep it in the sky. As Astro, again over to the left side, another 50. And already some great pressure coming out of this Radiant side to start things off, Sam.
It's all timing as well, the way they're stepping into the play, choosing when they attack, choosing when they wait, and they've got that timing down with the Continuum flow of the game. So, you're not sure if they've got a coach, what they're kind of looking for on the Radiant side, but clearly they're making some adjustments that are working out. It's given them possession in the first minute of this game, really gone to them, even if you haven't seen a lot of dangerous shots.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been chilling in this Continuum half, waiting for a hole to open. Finally seeing a little bit of a push downfield. Astro, though, not quite able to follow that one through. Will be in mid. Aeon was looking for that follow-up on the pop. Be again into the corner. Astro. Double commit coming through, but Adverse able to stay out in front of it as Crow getting the pump on Adverse, but not before Adverse can find the hit downfield. This one out of the corner. Crow with the pop up towards net. Fifi getting in the way. And now we're seeing some more Continuum aggression.
No doubt about it. They got a nose for offense. And can you smell it? I got a nose. I can smell the fuel they're burning. They just started to whenever there's their boost button, they were like, okay, you know what? Let's start using that. And Continuum now moving so much faster than they were to start the game. All that space from before for Radiant is gone. Kronovi, though, what a stop. The quick shot from Radiant. Crow keeps it out.
That was a great clear from Astro, connecting with Aeon as well. Skies, who's fortunately back, able to deal with it, but he has no boost. I don't think Crow realized that's why he let it sit for so long. As the knockdown comes through, Aeon towards net. Adverse forced to make the save as Fifi with the clear back down the other way. And I've got to say, half of this game gone, still no goal, and Radiant already feeling like a much better team here.
Yeah, I mean, this is good, obviously, on scoreline alone, keeping it tied, keeping Continuum off the board. Obviously, Continuum's goal count has gone down as we've gone in this series. Still getting some good looks, though, as we see that one from Astro as the flip reset blocked by the Radiant defense. Another chance, though. Crow going to go for a reset of his own. Rebound there. Fifi with the stop. That Continuum offense getting some shots on the board.
That one out of the corner again. Another demo on Crow. Skies, was looking for that double touch, but couldn't quite get it through. And now a dangerous spot. Astro getting taken out, but Crow, the demo on Skies. And just like that, the hole forced open by Crow, and Continuum take the lead.
Oh, the sequence of events here is just fabulous as Skies is trying to get back to stop this 1v1 from happening. He does. He gets a demo, but then he gets demoed as well. Crow hanging in tow the whole way. And, of course, the big brain on the field knew exactly where to be.
That's a good clear away. This one off the ceiling. Fifi with the boost, but he plays it straight into Crow towards net. Saved by Adverse. He was sort of left wide out in the open there. Astro couldn't quite clamp down on that one. It'll be Skies again towards the back wall. Another big clear from Crow. The follow-up from Fifi puts it in a not great spot. Still out in front, but no one there from Continuum to follow through.
That play from Crow so quick really caught both Aeon and Astro off as he won a second 50 to get that ball out center. That's always the worst, you know? You get that perfect 50 win. You're like, where are you guys? This is threes. Come on.
Well, they've only got 42 seconds to try and come back to one necessary goal, and it's not looking great with this pressure that's continuing to build from Continuum. It's adverse. He's looking to fall on it. Crow sends it up. Fifi's going to get beat by Aeon to that one. The attempted pinch not quite coming through, and this is getting dire here, Sam. It's series point. You're down, and there's only 20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and it's the opposite that Radiant won. It's Continuum with the ball. They're going for air pinches at mid. You think they're comfortable right now with this 1-0 lead?
No.
I think so. No?
I don't
Okay.
think so. A 1-0 lead is never safe.
Stop it.
It's
Stop
never
it.
safe in Rocket League, dude. Never.
It's looking safe. It's looking safe.
We'll see about that. I'm hoping that they score now. Come on, Fifi into Skies, out of the corner again. Advert's going to be up in the air as it comes out the side wall. Skies keeping that one up. Fifi unable to stay underneath it, and only now is the victory safe as Continuum secure their 3-0 sweep and secure a ticket to the grand finals.
Hey, of course, 1-0, anything obviously at that point can happen. Radiant could get a goal in a hurry.
It's the second
you never know.
It's the second you let your foot off the gas, Sam, that you're in trouble. You should never feel safe with a 1-goal lead. I don't care who you're playing.
But Continuum were the ones to put their foot on the gas, and they never let up. So I could kind of see it. I mean, like I said, when they're going for pinches, they nearly executed on that pinch at mid. That would have been absolutely nasty. But you're right. It was super close. I need to give Radiant some respect, no doubt about it. Like I said, they really took Continuum's goal total down. Continuum started 5-0, and it went down from there, ending just 1-0. So, yeah, this was close. But I think in the finals, we got the two teams we'd expect.
Yeah. I mean, I said from the beginning I thought it was going to be Continuum that was going to be moving through on this side. And then it's exactly what we're seeing. I don't know how quite this grand finals is going to end up shaping out. I mean, it could go a lot of various different ways. Frank, what are some of your thoughts of that series we just saw in the series that we've got coming up?
Yeah, 4-1 Arcade, just to get that out of the way. You said you couldn't predict, so I'm here for that,
all
right? I'm going to say 4-1 Arcade in the grand finals. I think that series, though, that we just witnessed was Radiant, just like you mentioned, kind of like, you know, with the gas metaphors, they just weren't going 0 to 60 fast enough. Like, Continuum just had the faster car. They were getting there, as I think was evident by those games. Like, you know, a little bit of a slimmer margin for those victories and or defeats, I guess, depending on who you're rooting for. So, yeah, it was just a little bit like they were getting there. They were understanding what they needed to do, but it just wasn't in time. And Continuum is one of those teams with that experience. They're going to close out the series. They're not going to give you time to catch up, essentially, and I think that's just what we witnessed. But as far as grand finals tonight goes, and of course it is the last chance qualifier, so it's either going to be Continuum making it into our $10,000 grand final on May 1st or Arcade qualifying for the same deal. And I'm thinking Arcade. I'm going to give you guys like the commercial break to kind of pontificate and think about if you want to agree with me or be right. Those are the two options, by the way. You can either agree with me or be correct. But I'm going to say Arcade, I think, takes it. I think they just look a little punchier. I think the longer the series goes, however, the more favored it gets for Continuum. I will say that. I think Continuum is kind of like a late game, kind of a slow burn type team, whereas Arcade, with the roster they have, we're talking Percy, we're talking J-Pow, we're talking First Killer, highly mechanical, and an impressive squad, but I think that's kind of where they min-max their settings on victory. So the earlier that Arcade can potentially close it out, I think the stronger they're favored. But the longer the series goes, I think Continuum is going to take the cake on that one. But we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break, and then we'll get Samael and Sleegy's thoughts on this upcoming grand final when we return.
Nice play.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is grand finals time in the Astronauts Star Circuit, and this is the last chance qualifier. So one of these teams gets knocked out. All this hard work is for naught. They're not going to get anything, but the team that wins, they got some good stuff. They're going to get $2,000 and an invitation to compete in the $10,000 grand final on May 1st. That's pretty big. That's pretty exciting. And Continuum versus Arcade is the two teams in this grand finals here tonight. To run through the rosters real quick, on Continuum, you got Aeon, Astro, Kronovi, and then Arcade is essentially the Monstars from Space Jam. We got Percy, J-Pow, and First Killer. They have all siphoned powers out of the basketball, and they are ready to compete in the grand finals here tonight. And then, of course, in the booth, we have Sleegy and Samael. I mentioned it earlier. I personally think Arcade takes this 4-1, but I would love to get your guys' thoughts.
So I agree that Arcade takes it. I don't agree with the scoreline, though. I'm going to go out on a bit of a limb here, and I'm going to say Arcade takes it in a 4-0 sweep. That's just, I don't know. This is what I'm feeling with how they were performing in their semifinal and how we saw Continuum performing in theirs.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to go 4-0. It really is. I did like the Monstars reference, though. It made me wonder, Frank, if they're the Monstars, is Kronovi Michael Jordan? Is he MJ over on the other side? And is he going to get this done? I don't know. I got to mirror Frank's prediction, though, after all that. I'm going to go 4-1 as well. I can't quite go sweep. It feels like Continuum going to sneak a game, but yeah, I don't think it's going to take much for this team. This Arcade team just a little too good.
Yeah, Arcade definitely, I think, came out a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more on the ball, so to speak, in their semifinal performance. I think they looked a little stronger. But, of course, Kronovi, I think, is, in this situation, a bit of a proverbial Michael Jordan. And if he shipped, MJ's secret stuff over to Aeon and Astro, we will just have to see how this one plays out. It could be a Toontown arm-stretching last-second goal that takes the series, and I'm sure everyone would love some exciting gameplay like that. But just to remind everyone, this is the grand final. Winner take all. Winner is going to take the entire pot, $2,000 on the line, as well as a spot in the Season 3 finals. There you see your teams that have qualified so far, and one of these two squads, whether it's Continuum or Arcade, will be added to that lineup to compete May 1st. So mark your calendars for that. That's going to be exciting as well. That's that 6-team invitational, $10,000 on the line. ASTRO Gaming hooking it up with the Astronauts Star Circuit. You love to see it, and I better see you there. But for this matchup, Continuum versus Arcade, for me, the matchup who I'm looking for is going to be Kronovi versus First Killer. Those are the players who are able to make the most impact, I feel, for their squads. Anyone else who steps up, I think, is just a bonus and kind of something that the squads will have to adjust. But I think, for me, it's looking at Kronovi to make plays and then First Killer to make plays on these squads, respectively. Samael, Sleegy, and anyone you guys are looking at or to, or is that kind of where your sights are set as well?
I mean, I think that's pretty much where my sights are going to be set as well. It's going to be First Killer and Kronovi, the two big players on both sides that everyone's going to have their attention on. And again, it's going to come down to, I think, both of those players' performances in this game to dictate how well their teams do.
Yeah, and I think, though, for one team, they've got a little bit more firepower when you get past that big star. And so when I look at Arcade, if you can neutralize First Killer, fine, but then you got Percy, you got J-Pow to deal with as well, and I think that's really going to be the struggle for Continuum, is keeping this entire roster of Arcade off the board, because even if First Killer doesn't get his goals, somebody, I think, will on the side of Arcade.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how it's shaping out for me as well. I think Percy made some impact, early on and he's going to be kind of that second man on that roster. I think he's the one there that I'm looking to. Of course, J Pow in his own right, definitely, but I think Percy, at least tonight, been a little bit more on his game, and I think it's kind of mirrored, really. Looking at the Continuum roster, you have Aeon and Astro, who do just as good of a job kind of sharing that load and kind of, you know, making the plays they need to given the situation. But it really is Kronovi versus First Killer in kind of those leader, shot caller, playmaker positions. So I'm excited to get into this one. I'm going to be watching from the sidelines, but I'm excited to hear you two call the action. So Samael and Sleegy, let you two take it from here.
Yeah, appreciate that. And, you know, regardless of what happens here, Sam, I actually really hope to just be completely proven wrong. I'd love to see this go all the way to 7, even though I don't quite think that's how it'll break down. I just want to see a fun game between these two sides.
No doubt about it. I think that's a great thing because, honestly, if Continuum can find a way to get it done, it's just going to be that more entertaining of a series for us and for the fans. But we start off like we maybe would have expected. Who's that? Who got that goal? I think I've heard of him before.
Killer.
I think I heard his name a few times coming in.
Yeah, just once or twice, you know, something like that. That RLCS, what's that? X regional champ, something like that. I don't know. But either way, Arcade getting off onto the board first. It doesn't even take him 15 seconds, and that's not the way Continuum would have liked to have started this game.
No, well, it's not fair. Your name is literally you do damage before any other player. Like how your name says you're going to score first. Every game we've watched for Arcade has literally been First Killer getting the first goal.
Yeah. Well, Aeon with the return right back the other way, though. Able to just carry that one all the way over the right side, grab that boost and get it in, so that'll get them back level.
Woo, that's spicy. That's spicy right there. That was some good control from Aeon. What a follow off the wall. You gotta love it.
See what happens on this kickoff. It's actually won by Aeon, taken by Astro. That one cut across, but no one there to follow it through. It'll be Percy. Looking to push it downfield out of the corner. J-Pal's up, able to find that 50. So he gets another one farther down the field. Be Crow. And the First Killer. Back to Aeon again as he tried to find that follow-up. It's going to be J-Pal again. That's a close one. Actually had a pretty decently open net there. He got over and behind the final defender, but just unable to get it on target.
A home run pass there coming out of the Arcade zone from J-Pow. Keep your eye on J-Pow. He is an unbelievable third man, a third man who can step up and make a play upfield as well, just as quickly. But as we talked about, First Killer and Percy, that 1-2, I think J-Pow slots in masterfully on this roster. Keep an eye out on those exit passes. It's not going to be the first time we see them go for that.
No, it's not. There's another hit towards the sidewall. Bit of a fake there from Aeon. The flick towards net, saved away by Percy. It'll be Crow to knock it down. Off the back end. This one off the ceiling, back, almost able to get it all the way through. It'll be a takeaway there from First Killer. Towards the sidewall again, and he gets a little bit of a breakaway. Able to get the follow-up as well, and just like that, Arcade recapture their lead.
And really, he had done everything he needed to. And then, of course, well, we'll just have to do a little bit more. He was that open after he beat the two players on the wall there for Continuum as they got mixed up. And First Killer, the breakaway. He gets the first two now. This is starting off exactly how Arcade's previous series did, with First Killer finding goals, giving Arcade these leads.
Another touch. Crow down, but intercepted by Percy. He'll be off and around the ceiling again. Aeon, one touch, needs another. He gets bailed out by Crow. It's Percy with that 50, but it ends up being a win from Aeon. Crow, no touch. He was looking to get it back mid. It's side wall, ceiling, and down. First Killer. Out of the corner again with Percy. It'll be a send back down the other side, and a miss. Aeon just going to get given that goal as the whiff on the defense comes through.
And right here, you really expect, even with this big clear, that First Killer or J-Pow would be back to get in the way. It bounces before it gets to the net, as Crow doesn't even get a touch That's just a miscue from Arcade, who were thinking offense as Continuum had slowed down their play. I really don't blame Arcade, but big clears like that can find goals in a hurry. We see it there from Aeon. It's his 5th shot, too.
Ooh, and that was almost a great little soft pass there from J-Pal to Percy. Just intercepted right there at the last second, though J-Pal might have a double touch, and he does.
Oh my, here it is, the play from J-Pal. He's up in the zone immediately as we see First Killer put the ball in the air and just give him a chance, and he takes full advantage. J-Pal moving so quick upfield, like I said previously. He shows it there, getting the lead back for Arcade.
Getting the lead back for Arcade, and now 2 minutes to go. It's an interesting conundrum here for Continuum. This is Crow over on the side wall, getting some good spacing down the field, some good speed. It's Percy with the play away. Be towards the back wall and around. First Killer off the ceiling. Be another play down. First Killer taken by Astro. It's another 50 up. Won by this Arcade side. 90 seconds to go here, Sam, and Arcade currently still holding on to that 1-goal lead. Can they make it 2? Almost. Kronovi with an excellent read off the backboard. Can he find this one? No, sir, he can't.
No, Kronovi gets that first stop, but then needs some help after that. He's got no boost. Aeon in the corner, and
for it.
Astro nowhere to be found. Yeah, Aeon tries his best to get there. Diving for that play. Doesn't find it. It's a big 2-goal lead now, late for Arcade. And for Continuum, you got to wonder if they've just got it in them at this point, as they've struggled the entire way.
And you know, right there at the end, I thought Crow was still in that position to play it back, but he just dives for it with no boost. It was an interesting decision, and when he doesn't find that touch, it, like you saw, left Aeon in a really awkward spot, unable to make that follow-up save. And so, you know, you're already down, but now down by 2. Those sorts of plays you can't really afford to let yourself, you know, allow on that back end, especially as the pressure continues to mount here from Arcade. It's a big clear from Crow, but not big enough. First Killer looking for the double off the ceiling, but Astro able to play it away. Percy's shot gets stuffed. Be some meddling over here on the left side as both teams vie for possession. First Killer towards the net, saved by Kronovi. But now with 30 seconds left to go and still a 2-goal deficit, things are dire for Continuum.
And just going through the motions on the side of Arcade with this 2-goal lead may as well be a 10-goal lead with the way Arcade are playing, as it is, again, just business as usual. They make it look easy out here in an environment that is anything but that. Arcade's skill is just absolutely off the charts, and we see it there, even with the fight from Continuum, even with Continuum in the first part of this game. You see, in the end, it's just Arcade. What can I say? I mean, it's kind of not fair. You just don't see rosters like this. Continuum's got to be thinking, okay, can we play like an RLCS team or something? Even that's better.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been some unconventional things coming out so far, but I mean, to Arcade's credit, they have really been taking advantage, and it's been a running theme, I think, so far from tonight, but they've been taking advantage of opportunities when they've come their way, and that's one of the biggest things about gaining and holding on to leads is, you know, A, keeping that pressure alive, but B, when you finally get a hole, you need to put it in, and that was something that Continuum failed to do in some junctions. I mean, we saw Aeon with 5 shots, 2 goals to come away with it, but no shots from his other 2 teammates. Something's got to change offensively there.
No doubt about it, and honestly, if you take away the one that Aeon got from his back wall that really should have been saved from Arcade, it looks even more dire on the side of Continuum. So yeah, I think Crow and Astro have to find a way to get involved offensively as well. Aeon was really doing it on both sides of the ball. We saw Crow with some good stops, but in the end, if you can't get those follow-up opportunities against a defense that is as good as this Arcade defense, I mean, any one of these players from Arcade can get that first stop, even if it's on a just phenomenal play. They're probably going to get the first stop, so you will have to follow up and get some rebound chances.
Yeah, that you will, but we'll see what happens going into this next one here. It's a 1-game lead in favor of Arcade as they look to try and continue that forward in this best-of-7 grand finals. Remember, winner takes all here. Not only is it that slot in Saturday's main event, but it is also the full $2,000 grand prize. So a lot to play for here for Continuum. They got to make sure that things don't spiral out of hand. Almost a goal there from Kronovi. First killer getting in the way, but it gets pushed off to the side, and we stay scoreless. Down to the corner again. Almost off the ceiling. Good follow through though from Jay Powell. It's straight back down. Percy turned the wrong way. This will be off the ceiling. First killer towards net, but Aeon able to make that save. Astro on his way back almost gets the redirect towards, but it's just a bit too slow.
The quality of touches. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Hey, I wasn't going to say anything good about Arcade. I definitely was not. I was totally going to talk about Continuum and how they. No, I don't know. It was going in Arcade's favor. Let's be honest. But Crow, the step-up play, just steps up and makes something happen for his team, and that is what Continuum needs at this point, no doubt about.
Now, bit of a lead here for Continuum. We'll see if they can expand upon it. I don't think it's going to be safe, so they have to try and build it even more. This one, out of the corner, taken by Percy. Soft touch from Astro, 50, puts back into midfield, but J Powell on the turn. First killer, looking for Percy. That one coming out of the corner and down. J Powell with the pop up. Can he get the follow through? He didn't have a lot of boost to work with and wasn't able to quite get underneath there. But that is just an excellent touch from J Powell, and it came from absolutely nowhere.
Oh, and he's already up. First killer fires it on. J Powell recognizing it's back in Arcade's favor, turns right around. It's a U-turn for the goal. J Powell, this time the streak's broken. The streak's broken. Arcade, somebody scored first other than first killer.
We'll see if that curse being broken is what Continuum needed, or if it was just a bit of a setback for Arcade. It's still a long ways to go here for 3 minutes to play in game number 2. That 50 landing. Oh, good little touch from Crow out in front, but somehow doesn't go through. Percy managed to find his way in front of it to send farther downfield, but that was a close call there.
No doubt about it. It's another one of those opportunities for Continuum. We looked at that previous series, saw a lot of those. If they send someone forward, it's a dangerous play. Definitely a risk-reward type of situation, but you get a third man in on that play, and you probably get a goal out of it. But now instead, we're back downfield. Continuum having to play some defense. It was only Crow who was left alone. He does interrupt enough to keep it out.
That one was towards the back wall. Defense coming in strong for Continuum right now as this one rolls around the top corner. Backboard. Be followed up from first killer. Almost just able to float that one into the top right corner. But again, it's this pressure from Arcade, keeping Continuum pinned. Can they find a hole? Percy, ooh, had a potential shot there, but just doesn't make contact. Astro in a great spot, but it's Percy who's able to come up on it again and keep that one out of danger.
As you watch this game go on, it's Arcade completely controlling the pace of play, like entirely. They decide when the play goes faster, they decide when they slow it down, and that means they're at the mercy, or Continuum's at the mercy of Arcade right now. If Arcade want to go faster, I don't think Continuum have that extra gear to get there, and this is a dangerous situation for Arcade as they're staring down, or for Continuum, I should say, as they're staring down Arcade, not even really trying their hardest, it looks like.
No, it really doesn't. Ooh, but a great save from J Powell. Aeon into Percy, who manages to find the save. 2 back-to-back excellent touches, defensively speaking, to keep that one from going through. It's Aeon. Pick up from J Powell again. It's a big send down from Astro. Percy. Not quite of a follow-up there as it comes back out in the midfield. That one going high, and Continuum continuing to not be able to really take advantage of some big opportunities when they come their way. They're starting to run out of time, especially with Arcade pressing deep in this half, trying to set up a pass.
If Continuum can get it to OT, maybe they'll have a chance, but I still think they're going to have to start taking some of these risks and push it up, sending more than just one player forward. I know they don't want to give this game up, but you got to play to win, not play not to lose.
Oh! First killer doing it absolutely dirty on the goal line. The pass from J-Pal, but man, that kill, that angle, something else.
Unstoppable on that play. Once first is up with that redirect, you are not stopping that. Maybe if all 3 players are back, maybe you'll have a chance, but that was not the case for Continuum. The highlight reels continue here for Arcade. That one gives them the lead here with just 20 seconds left.
It's another big take from First Killer all the way downfield. Now time really becoming a factor. 9 seconds left. It's a 1-goal lead. Percy was looking to make it 2. Astro on the line with the save. Can Percy? No, it's First Killer over top. That'll ice game 2. Arcade will take it.
And here it is yet again. It's J-Pow and First Killer connecting. Percy's there, but really doesn't even need to be. Sometimes it feels like Arcade could win and find goals even with just 2 players on the field. That's how good they're playing. I know it sounds like I'm bad-mouthing, but right now, if you're watching, Arcade are winning really at will. They're scoring at will, it feels like. It felt like they were just keeping Continuum in the game, but in the end of the day, I mean, when they needed those goals, they found them.
Yeah, no, they absolutely did. You got to think back to that goal from First Killer. I mean, just dropping it on a dime in the back of net. Just an absolutely fantastic play to get them in the lead, and then, you know, to be able to follow that up with an icer. You're halfway into punching your ticket to Saturday. Can you get the other half in hand? Continuum, they're 1 game away from facing series point, and this is, again, you know, where things like momentum and especially confidence really start to play a big factor.
Yeah, no doubt. And often when teams like Arcade, who on paper look like clearly the better team, often they may come out a little bit slower to see what Continuum are bringing, make sure they limit as many mistakes as they possibly can. And I think those types of teams always get faster as they go on, especially if they're getting those early victories. So yeah, this really doesn't bode well for Continuum as we move forward. And obviously, I don't have to be the one to tell you that they got to get themselves back in, and they got to do it right here, right now. It's going to take a team effort against Arcade, who are playing exactly like that. They're just playing out of their minds. And this J-Pow First Killer connection that we're seeing is really, really something else. Can we just have this team all the time?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, I kind of want to see what this team would do in other situations. I want to see what this team would do in RLCS. I mean, I'm not quite sure it would be quite as successful, but it would be interesting, and sometimes interesting is all you need for an entertainment value.
Well, I'm certainly entertained.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys.
Are you not entertained?
No, I am.
That's good. I'm glad. I am too. It's been a good series so far. We'll see if Continuum can make it where we can see as much of it as we can, but that is yet to be seen. Astro popping that one up. It'll be J-Pal towards the back wall. Aeon able to play that one away. He'll look to carry it all the way down the field. It'll be a little touch there into the corner. First Killer none, but Percy almost able to find that 50. J-Pal taking his time. So he gets a flick over top. Slight touch. Percy was there, but taken away by Kronovi. This could be a scoring opportunity. Flick over top, but he just doesn't get it on target.
Oh, wow. And I tell you what, if Pro hits that shot, it is there for him, but it's just such a tough flick to pull off, because you've also got to get it up and over a phenomenal defender. Kronovi, though, nearly puts Continuum on his back for the first goal. Man, if they could have got that, you just never know.
Yeah, it's just so close. Could have changed the tide of the game, but there's still plenty to play. It's not like it's the end of the world for Continuum. They still got plenty of opportunities here. Kronovi putting another shot towards net. It's not a great save from J-Pal, and Kronovi will be able to follow that one back up. And a minute and a half into game number 3, it'll be Continuum taking the lead.
And it's a nice shot from Krono. Really, a lot of power off the wall. Forces that save to be a weak one, like you said, out front. Sometimes just firing shots on is enough to get it done. And Crow, a seasoned veteran, understands at this point what it takes to generate some offense. He is looking to do that. Gets the first one, and he's really just been involved in the play throughout the start here of this game 3.
Oh, send towards the back wall. Kronovi putting his second on the board. And Continuum starting to find a bit of momentum.
No doubt about it. Free ball here for Astro. That nearly goes in. J-Pow can't read the rebound, and Kronovi gets it. Surprising there that no one is involved in that initial shot from Astro. It's a quick shot off the wall, but no one for Arcade can get in the way, and Continuum now have a 2-0 lead. All of a sudden, that momentum you talked about, they're really finding it, and that may be what they need. Some teams just play better once they find a few goals in their favor, and Continuum looking like that here.
Another play over now to the left side, out of the corner. You can start to feel Arcade picking up the pace a little bit, trying to match speeds here. It's a redirect coming through. Percy with the pickup. Over top of one. Another one towards net. That's going to be the first of two that they need to try and get things back in hand, as Percy with a solo effort all the way downfield.
And Percy's just unreal. I mean, that flick, just to get it past the first defender, is just a moonshot, and enough though of an arc that he can just catch it with no boost and perfectly flick it in. Percy has that game-breaking ability as well. That's why this Arcade team is so scary. Anyone on the field for them can do it at any moment.
Another big send. Astro trying to do it for his team, but it's taken back from Jay Palcrow with a stop. First killer, though, able to swoop in and take that control right back. Jay Pal with the 50. Can't get the second. Kronovi. Slight bump, but he is able to follow it up on the side wall. A 50 coming back towards net. The slow roller back down. Aeon back in control. Pass out in the midfield. Big send down from Percy. Kronovi back the other way. It's played now to the left side. Percy. Taken by Astro. Straight down first killer. 50. Back in front again. Kronovi towards the back wall. Astro. But Percy able to find the save. Follow up here on the double touch. And it's J-Pal that finds the save.
Crow looking nuts as I talk about. He may be slowing down a little bit on the mechanical side. He gets up and almost gets an filthy double up over top. Continuum looking really strong off of this effort from Kronovi. He started strong. He's finding these shots. That's his 9th now in this game. He had a plan, and that was just pepper the net.
Well, now another big send. Oh, that's straight out. Oh, but Percy sends it high. J-Pal's shot. Follow-up save by Crow. The pinch almost sneaks through, but Astro finds the save. Percy moving too far forward. But can anyone get back to it? No, they can't. Continuum caught completely off guard. Weren't ready for that one to happen. And an overcommit ends up going unpunished.
Oh, and that's tough, too, because you know that Arcade are looking to just close it out right here. Even though they're down, it just feels so dangerous for Continuum not getting that goal to give them that cushion. But Kronovi, oh my word, as this guy put everything on his shoulders, including the ball there as he takes multiple seconds off the clock, but they're going to need more. Astro spawns in, gets a block. We're down to 20, and this is it for Continuum. They got to hold on.
Wants a touch from J-Pal over to the corner again. Aeon looked to clear it away. Kronovi, soft touch. Be first killer over to the side wall. Aeon towards it again. Oh, big demo on to J-Pal. It's an empty backfield. Percy able to get back. J-Pal looking to send it forward, and now they can't let it touch the ground, and the Continuum will not let them even try to move that downfield. They take their first game, and they prevent series point from going on just yet.
The demo at the end, too, as Crow really just shows, that's a highlight reel of how to get it done and how to give your team that shot that they need, all finishing up there with that demo as he seemingly just casually gets back and wipes out the Arcade's chances and hopes at the end of that game. There's the one. Me and Frank said 4-1, so now we're feeling pretty good about that prediction. I'm feeling pretty good about this series as Continuum has proven they can get those dubs. If you can get one, you can string together more. I think Kronovi really showed how to do it. Put shots on net.
Yeah. I mean, put shots on net. I mean, 9 from his end. I mean, forces 9 saves to come out of the enemy team, and that doesn't even count the fact that he scored both goals for Continuum. So, Kronovi putting in a big game, but he's going to need a little bit more help from Astro and Aeon moving forward because you're not going to be able to solo your way past this Continuum side, or past this Arcade side for long because you know, they might have a bit of a slower game, but you really got to work together as a unit.
No doubt about it. No doubt. I mean, you know that Arcade are now their egos have been hurt a little bit here. They probably just wanted to run away with the entire tournament, and now as Continuum has made things close for them, they're going to take it to another gear. Teams like this always do. So watch out for Arcade. Watch out for First Killer. It seems like he hasn't scored in a little bit.
Well, game number 4 underway. Continuum able to grab that last one back, looking to try and get the series back level. This one will be straight down. Be taken by Aeon. Can he follow it up? He gets it over top of J-Pal, the 50 with Percy, but First Killer able to play that one away towards the side wall again. He'll be over on the other side now. J-Pal caught too far. He'll have to go back and recollect on his back wall as Astro looking to continue to play it forward. We're not even a minute into this game, and Continuum looking to try and continue the momentum that they built last game. Right out in front, though, and just like that, the momentum reverses as Arcade gets on the board first.
First Killer's so smart, too. We talk about his mechanical ability. He sees that there's just one defender in the air. That defender had chosen to just go full bore for the ball, which was the right move. You got to cut off First Killer before he just absolutely styles on you. First Killer, though, he saw that immediately and just kicked it up and over. He knows that if he just gets a rebound, that's going to be an easy goal. He doesn't need to score. He just needs to beat the defender. That's what he does. Arcade on the back of First Killer, get the first one. Even if he didn't get the first goal, I feel like I called that. Oh, well, okay, there's his goal.
All right. Well, I mean, he was still able to score before any of the people on Continuum scored first. So,
okay.
You know, it's a little bit of a stretch, but we're trying to make the analogy work at least.
Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you supporting me out here.
Yeah,
you know, that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
Arcade supporting each other. That was all 3 players. That's where I wish we had the secondary assist in Rocket League, because really, I think J-Pow really deserved an assist on that second goal as well.
Big send down, Astro off the back wall. First Killer to Percy, out in front of the blue side. Crow, not the greatest of touches on his way back down. It'll be Aeon. That's a whiff from Percy into the corner again. Aeon was looking to play it away. Gets 1, 2 back in the mid. First Killer was too far forward, but able to grab that 50 at midfield, prevent an on-shot target. That's going to be one right there, though, and the save. Just not coming through. What happened?
Look at this. This shot so quick from Crow. First Killer, even though he gets the boost, that is just phenomenal. That shot off the bounce to get it up and over First Killer, who had done exactly what he wanted. Don't make any mistake about it. First Killer decided right where he was going to go, and that's exactly what he wanted to do. But that shot from Pernovi just too quick.
Yeah, just too speedy, and, you know, just sometimes a little lackluster on defense as Arcade looked. They've been a little slow to get to some of these plays, and part of that has become because we've seen so much offense from them. Percy, speaking of offense, going to be getting one through there for Arcade, and that's why they don't really need to play too much defense.
Oh, and 3 players, the entire team for Arcade is charging upfield. The demo takes out First Killer. You think maybe Continuum have a chance, as it's a phenomenal demo in the air even. But no, Arcade, they're full send right now. They're finding offense. They don't care. They're going to get their goals, and they're going to make Continuum match them the whole way.
Yeah, they're not playing around in this series, that's for sure. There's J-Pow getting a demo on Aeon, looking to set it up in front, and it's going to somehow find its way through off the backs of several different touches, but eventually in the back of the net. It'll make it 4-1 at halftime.
Oh, man, and this Arcade cart, it's rolling downhill. I don't think there's any brakes at all, as we are about to go full speed ahead. And Arcade, 4 goals already in just the first half of the game. It felt like they could just do this at any moment, honestly, and I believe we are witnessing the change in this series right in front of us.
Ooh, little pass back from Percy. The pop-up was there. Straight back down J-Pow into the corner. Side wall, First Killer gets 1, 2 towards net, saved by Kronovi. It'll be a send towards the back wall, double touch. but it's still a big lead here for Arcade. And with 2 minutes to go, Continuum have really got to pick up the speed because they're just getting beat to a lot of these 50s at the moment, Sam.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, you've got speed and control, which is just a deadly combination here for this side on the orange. And I mean, honestly, I don't know what Continuum can do other than try to match it, but if they go too fast, they're not going to have that control. And oh my, even with plays like that, somehow it doesn't go in. This is not the game here for Continuum.
Well, another good save there from Crow. Percy, cross, straight back out in front. Will be Astro again. Looking to send this one towards net, but he gets bumped off to play. That's a soft touch. That's a big clear. Aeon, oh no! That is unfortunate.
If you can't beat them, join them. Aeon officially, this is not fair. I mean, Arcade was already good enough. They don't need another player.
That's pain. Aeon, yeah. I mean, you can't blame him. He's going up. He's trying to play it away. It's a really dangerous spot in midfield. He gets a touch, but it's the wrong direction and with just enough drop to land squarely in the back of his net. Now,
I can't help but laugh. That is a really big. He got the touch, but it went the wrong way.
Well, I mean, am I wrong?
No, that was
like,
that was
look, he was stretching for it. He needed to just try and change. Like, obviously, it's gonna go still back into his own half, right?
I just thought you accidentally roasted him, even though you were trying to be so nice about it. It still just was so funny.
Obviously, it's going to go back into his own half, but he's trying to change the direction left or right to play it into a corner. Unfortunately, it goes the wrong way in that it just stays straight. He doesn't get any sort of angular momentum change on it. And it's hard to pull off because, I mean, it was just an awkward spot. It's going to be able to be one there from Astro. I think it's a little too late here with 35 seconds to go, but it might be possible. You know, everything's possible.
Maybe. I'm not making any offers to eat any of my clothing items, but no, I really don't think that we're gonna see that. I think the ball was just magnetized toward Continuum's side in this game. We talked about that redirect and how it went the wrong way. It just really felt like the ball just felt compelled to go towards Continuum's zone there. As Arcade put up 6 so far, they might get some more even in this last little bit, Sleegy. This is really a statement win, I think, for a team that's looking to close the series out after this.
That's a big hit downfield. Out of the corner again, right out in front. First killer sitting it up and off the ceiling, but it is an iced game here. It is Arcade taking game number 4. They will go up 3-1 on series point. They've got 5 minutes of Rocket League away from $2,000 and a spot in the main show on Saturday.
Yeah, and it really feels like their spot to lose at this point. I love this, like we said, coming in, the chance for a team to win and get in tonight. You love it. All the other teams thinking, man, we had a battle for all those points. What were we doing? But honestly, if you would have waited for right now, you would have probably had to face Arcade. You can see it's not going well for Continuum. So I'm not sure, guys. I think maybe that was smart to play out and get your bid earlier because, like I said, this really feels like Arcade's 6th and final spot here as we get into this potentially final game. But I don't want to count Continuum out yet, Sleegy. There's always a chance.
Quite a reverse sweep, you know? Reverse sweep, I'd say there's no chance. I mean, especially against this Arcade team. But it's not quite. It's not quite. They only got to win 3 in a row. It's not easy. I'm not gonna try and elude any differently, but it is certainly possible, and I'm curious to see what sort of tactics they employ coming in to this next game to try and get this ball rolling back on the right track.
Yeah, I don't know because it's so hard. It's easy to kind of talk about and really hard to actually execute, and that's to somehow match the speed of Arcade while also matching that precision, and it's that fine combo that just absolutely makes them a just ridiculously dangerous roster. I don't know if Continuum have that in them. They might instead, so you just have to go full defense and find their chances when they can.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's series point on the line here for Continuum. They have to try and pull something out of the bag right now. Otherwise, Arcade is just going to run away with it. And that is not the start that they were looking for. Arcade getting on the board first and starting a death timer for Continuum.
Yeah, and we see Percy steps up, just takes the ball right away out of the corner and feeding it to the center, makes it look like child's play as J-Pow finds another. This has been such a just balanced attack from Arcade. It's really just clinical high-level Rocket League. We're seeing it here again. First killer gets it started off the backboard, and J-Pow has two.
It's a big pickup as well up high. J-Pow just able to slam that one down. And first killer was coming in for the backup as well, trying to find that bump, but I don't even think that was necessary. Makes it a 2-0 advantage now in favor of Arcade. Crow is looking to try and pick that one up off the kickoff. J-Pow playing it into the corner. Another pop-up coming in. Percy gets the 50. Back to J-Pow again. 1, 2, off the backboard. First killer playing it out of mid. As it comes back across, it's a miss from Kronovi, and Aeon will be forced to pick it up.
We're starting to see Continuum start to get bunched up. I think they're trying to force the play a little bit. Can't blame them at all with how Arcade came out just swinging in this game here, but honestly, that's the last thing that Continuum want to do. They've got to stay spread out. They have to stay disciplined, which is going to be really hard to do when they're down 2.
J-Pow to Percy. Blocked, sent back in. This will be J-Pow again. It's a big hit from Kronovi. Is Percy keeping it back center? Astro 1 needs to get it farther over to the right. He had a teammate over there in support. He loses too much strength on the ball at the wrong time. Kronovi again playing it off the backboard. Astro looking to get it farther downfield. J-Pow, the reverse turn. Percy, the cut over into the corner. It'll come back out. That one was almost up over top. First killer again towards the back wall. And I have a feeling if Arcade able to get a third on the board here, Sam, it is going to be a really rough position for Continuum.
No doubt about it. I think at that point we could just go ahead and call this series Continuum. This is no exaggeration. They must keep this at this current score line if they're going to have any opportunity. They still only have the 2 shots. It's just so tough when Arcade are so good with their initial touch. They're so responsible as individuals. You got to get past 3 players who it's so hard to just beat one of these guys.
Ooh, almost. Starting to see some more attacks come out of Continuum. 2 goals is it's not a whole lot, especially with half the game still to go. We just got to see Continuum get on a couple of breakaways like this one right here. Astro back in the midfield. Aeon shot. I think that one was high either way, but Percy able to ensure that it doesn't go in the back of the net. It's now Percy. He's trying to follow that up downfield. J-Pow towards net, saved on the line by Astro. As first killer knocking that one down, but it gets sent over to the left side. Sent back the other way. Percy trying to get set back in defense. And you know, one thing I'm noticing right now, Sam, is Continuum is getting good hits downfield, but they're not able to follow them up. There's no one there in support.
It's so tough because sometimes the boost just simply isn't there, as it's so hard to economize against Arcade, who are just so good at doing that themselves. They're putting chances on. They're really pushing Continuum to the absolute brink right now. Continuum doing a good job just to keep it close. But you're right, Sleegy. They got to get more. This may do it. No, up over. They don't find that, but they get it as they cash in on the follow-up. The lead reduced to 1.
That's just a great carry from Aeon and an unfortunate double commit for Arcade. Gets sent over into the left side by Astro on a breath of fresh air here for Continuum. 90 seconds, or just under, to play here in a critical Game 5. And Arcade, even though they're still holding on to the lead, Continuum has cut that in half. Off the side wall again, Aeon. Clear into the corner. Bit of a giveaway. J-Pow towards the net. Played away from Kronovi again. It's the final 60 seconds looming on that horizon. It will begin now. First killer. Oh! Had a lot of net to shoot on, but doesn't hit a single bit of it. And if Continuum able to equalize here, that one might come back to bite them. Kronovi is looking to find the clear, but taken off by Percy. First killer playing it again over to the right side. J-Pow off the grab boost. He pre-jumps that one by a mile and still able to find the touch. First killer now, backboard. Ooh, ground pinch, but Astro with the save.
And it feels almost unfair to say that First Killer had a lot to shoot at. I can't even talk about that because the offense from Arcade just too good. They finally get this lead back to 2 off of a lot of pressure over the final minute. This is just simply another feed out of the corner. That's exactly how their first goal happened. The exact same connection, Percy to J-Pow. So we potentially finish this game how we started, Sleegy. This is this 2-goal lead restored. Continuum need a miracle.
Continuum, that they need to pull something absolutely incredible out of the hat to come back at this point, especially with how Arcade is playing. It's the final 15 seconds. First Killer drop down for J-Pow, saved away from Aeon, and Aeon needs to score it. It's on target. Oh, off the line. Astro putting it through, and it's not over just yet.
Okay, all right. Getting a little bit spicy out here. Aeon doing everything for his team. Made the first save, gets the clear, puts the shot on, gets the demo to boot, but they still need more. They've got to cheat up off the kickoff. There is Aeon. He's got the cheat. Can Continuum do it? They need to keep this ball up. No! Arcade will get it done. They are our 6th and final team for our finals.
Percy, J-Pow, and First Killer not only get to determine amongst themselves how they're going to split that $2,000, but like you said, punch their ticket into Saturday. They are our 6th and final qualifying team, and they take it 4-1 against Continuum. No, I should have gone with the group, Sam. I should have gone with you and Frank. I just assumed that Frank would be wrong, but no. 4-1's how it ends in Arcade. I mean, they just look good doing it.
I mean, you took the joke right out of my mouth. I mean, when Frank went first, he went for 1. I mean, what are you going to do, Sleek? Yeah, I can't blame you at all, but you really opened the door for me to do that because then I can kind of contest a little bit. It was a tough choice, but Continuum's just so good. I mean, we talked about Arcade a lot. We really pumped their tires for good reason, but we knew Continuum is a good team, and they've, of course, got the ability to take a win here and there. So I can't blame you, Sleegy, for expecting the sweep. It kind of still feels like it in the end. I mean, what's a game?
Yeah. I mean, especially at this level. I mean, Arcade just looked a little slow in that one, but otherwise they were absolutely on top of everything. Frank, your prediction, spot on the nose. How you feeling right now?
I feel like I'm turning a new leaf, Sleegy, and that's what really excites me going into the 10K Grand Finals. Maybe I can control the entire outcome.
What's your prediction right now? What's your prediction right now? Who wins?
You already know.
Who wins?
Who qualified that I'm obviously...
What do you think?
It's obviously going to be the randoms, but I need you to say it.
The randoms. The randoms are taking the 10K Grand Final. Let's take a look at your teams real quick, and then we'll get into some analysis. So this right now is your qualified teams, updated, ready to go. It is Oxygen, the randoms, Shopify, Rebellion. I like the stock, by the way. Charlotte Phoenix, Stromboli, and now Arcade is locked in as that 6th team. Now, of course, we will confirm with everyone to make sure that they can compete in that 10K Grand Final, but that is happening this Saturday. Be sure to follow us at PlayBeyond, where we'll update you. You know, the stream will be live, everything else like that. And, of course, we'll have those live Astro drops as well. So that's something you'll want to tune into that stream for. But let's get back to that Grand Final a little bit because, to me, yeah, you say it felt like a sweep. And outside of the one game Continuum took, I mean, dominating score lines out of Arcade. You have 2-4, 1-3, 2-1, you know, Continuum wins, and then 2-6 is kind of outrageous for what is like a thrown together team. What's your guys' kind of analysis or thoughts on that? Like, why are they able to perform so well just given, you know, one day of experience together?
Well, I think probably a lot of these guys on this team play together probably and ranked a good bit. I mean, a lot of the people at that level will play with each other and, you know, get some good sessions in to compete in tournaments like this. But I mean, at the same time, they're just, I mean, quite frankly, they're just all really good players. So, you know, it's not hard to play with other people who are also really, really good at this game with you.
Literally couldn't have said it better. I was gonna say if you didn't say the second part, I was gonna say it, but you summed it up perfectly, Sleegy. I mean, they're just phenomenal players, and when you see that at any moment these guys can break the game open in their normal games with their normal teams, we know combining them together, it's just going to be a sight to behold.
Yeah, that is kind of how it felt watching it too. It felt like just kind of an exponential growth in power, right? We always talk about teamwork and how important experience is and kind of playing with your team and having that solid cohesion between your squad. But in the case of Arcade, it really just felt like an all-star team, right, is essentially what they did, and them having even the faintest bit of experience together and kind of being on that same page. And you add, first killer into any mix, and it's going to be a squad that can contest in Rocket League. So I think that's what essentially happened here. So they are your grand finals winners tonight. They've qualified for the LCQ. They're walking away with $2,000, and they're going to have to face off against the randoms in grand finals of the Astronauts Star Circuit on Saturday. Are you guys excited to see that grand final that I'm predicting right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see pretty much any grand final with these 6 teams, but that specifically, I'm not going to lie, would be pretty hype. What about you, Sam?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I just like that a couple of the Frankenstein teams got in here, you know what I mean? Because that's really become what I look for in the Astro tournament. A lot of bubble players, and then some of these just weird teams. I'm like, oh, wait, I've never heard of, oh my word. So, yeah, I am loving the 6 teams stacked up. Just like all the brackets we've had to get here, they've been stacked. Of course, the final's going to, what? Yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess all kind of jokes and kidding aside, I am super excited for that grand final. Again, $10,000 on the line. 6 teams have qualified to get there, and it's all happening this Saturday. So be sure to mark your calendars for that. I'm always excited to see those, like you said, Frankenstein kind of cobbled together teams. Hopefully I don't curse the randoms like I did last grand final, but we'll have to see. Like you guys mentioned, some absolutely killer teams there. Some great squads have qualified to participate in that, and I'm excited to see my boys. Again, bias is out in the open here. I love the randoms. I hope they do well, but I'm super excited to see all of these teams play, and I'm sure it is going to be a great grand final. Any last words, Sam and Sleegy, before we throw it out here? I feel like Arcade and Continuum swept so fast. Normally, I feel like there's more talking to do. So, any final closing statements going into this grand final on Saturday?
I mean, it's gonna be a lot of games, a lot of really good teams, and it's gonna be, most importantly, a lot of fun. And I just cannot wait to see it happen live in action. I don't know what to say. There's just something about Astro Finals that's just always next level.
I mean, yeah, this is gonna be the finals of all these finals. Essentially, we get a Saturday, we get a little bit of a weekend action going on. We get a lower bracket, the rare Astro lower bracket for the second chance for these teams. They're gonna be like, hey, I actually have a safety net. Who knows what sort of insane lower bracket runs we might see. So I'm amped up. I wish it were the weekend. Thank you for making me hate the next 4 days. Wow.
Yeah, no problem. If there's anything I'm good at, it's making people hate certain things, whether it's my predictions or the 4-day wait for the weekend. But again,
Discord
just to
light
hit
mode,
one last time, Discord
stuff.
light mode, Twitter light mode. I mean, you name it. You'll have a reason to hate me for it. But the one thing you can love is that $10,000 grand final. Again, happening Saturday, May 1st. That's this Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. And we'll have those live Astro drops if you're tuned in the chat as well. So a lot of great things to look forward to. I apologize for the 4-day wait. Is it 4 days? Just about. We'll call it 4 days until the weekend. But close enough. We're rounding up and down at the same time, but I'm losing it here. So everyone tune in. Follow us at Play Beyond. Big shout outs to ASTRO Gaming and that $10,000 grand final this Saturday at 3 p.m. EST. We'll see you all there. Peace.